In justice we trust, indeed. Hello, hello. Well, back at it again. As in, I'm back doing a stream and Maya is back being convicted of murder. You know, just a regular day. Oh my god, I forgot to turn off my sound on my phone, and I also forgot to open the stream just so I can keep an eye on what's going on. It doesn't even surprise us anymore, for real. It really does not. Well, I also forgot to I forgot to connect the actual controller. Wow. I know I don't need a controller per se, but I don't know, I just like playing with a controller, you know? Like... Yeah, Maya got convicted. It does, especially when you like have to examine stuff. The keyboard layout is weird. True. Okay, so let's just get into it, I guess. Investigation, day 2. What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. At least they're nice enough to let him investigate, you know? This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then. This court finds the accused Maya Fey and the defense Phoenix Wright. Damn. Got the notification that sub prices have adjusted to Swedish kroner, and for a minute I got super hyped that I could sub. Oh no! But then I saw it was just notification, not an actual option. Oh my god. I'm hoping it will be soon, but you know, no rush. Mr. Wright! Albie! I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? I'm worried about that too. But right now... I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Yes? This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. Oh, Benki, you're here! Hello! Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zealot, right? At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. The two murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist I want to assist you any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa? Oh, it is you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murderer under the Defense Culpability Act. I see she hasn't lost any of her charm. Is she okay? No, like seriously, is she okay? I think there's something wrong. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. I guess that answers my question. Oh, she's doubting herself. Poor Rafa. She looks so sad, she does. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be! All I did was offend my client. I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence. Your benevolence! Oh, barbed head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Investigate all you want. I care not. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate like forge evidence? What's this? Please, Phoenix is just like, but if you're not there, what if I forge evidence? What if? Pussy is already going to be executed, so why not? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know? Phoenix is doing the classic fuck around and find out. True. Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. Barbed head. Yes? I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. Huh? That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course. That is the only explanation. I can read. I was just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil. But your benevolence. It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Hold on. I just want to see what we have now. We have the rights guide, the newspaper, autopsy report, bloodstained letter, prayer flags. I think he's gonna be given the prayer flags. Interactive photo, ritual curtain, probably that too. Maya's statement. That hasn't come up yet. Lady Hero's warning, warbad, wanted poster. I see. LP is a designated pack mule for this. Yes. Envelope, mountain range poster. I don't think we need that anymore, do we? Balloon puncher strap. I'm not very familiar with Skyrim. Like the only like relationship I have with Skyrim is watching some Twitch streamer dick around in it. That's about it. Of course not. I'm always glad to help. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon you. Ah, so he got the ritual thing. A designated default follower that is almost always used to just dump your stuff before you find a house to dump your stuff. Ah, nice. My statement. I was right though, he got given the prayer flags. Now then, the scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Okay, so... No, I don't want to talk. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. To think someone would be killed here. A place devoted to prayer. A body outline and flowers? Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. Oh, I see. The purple rhombus shape. Whatever.
As the high priest disciple, Acolyte Zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First the high priest and now his devoted disciple, Maya Fey, will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this. How? What do you think I'm doing here, gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so reviled.
Emma.
Hey, Mr. Wright.
Yes!
Emma! It's that detective from your country again. It's the princess! You seem displeased that I am here. Oh, no, don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya.
We still have to use the luminol, yes! It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. And if I had just done mine...
Mr. Wright.
But it's no use crying over spilt milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally.
Gladly, I'll help in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds.
Of course not. You're talking to a professional here. I want to examine first, actually. I want to look at this. Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. There is no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that that would have been very difficult considering the position it was in. So these flowers were left here in memory of Acolyte Zealot. What are they called?
They are known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost.
It seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. We already looked at the prayer flags last time, but this prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence, what does it say here?
The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude, but if you must know, it says, at the usual spot, bring grub, the key too. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I have ever seen.
Ma'am, I don't think that's a prayer. I wonder if it's even a prayer. Can I investigate it further? Nope. Okay, I'll just investigate everything. Albie said these are called prayer flags. I too asked God to hook me up with some dinner. And the prayers written on them are carried throughout the kingdom by the wind. Now if I were to pray for something, it would be for me to not get dragged into any more trouble than I already have been. Okay. Sadly, not a single god has answered. And this is why I'm an atheist.
To think I would witness a lawyer being allowed to pass through the sacred gate.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't unless I had to. Those stairs were brutal to climb.
What's this? Do you even know how many monks would give their lives to pass through that gate? Be thankful for the great honor you have been afforded.
Yes, your benevolence. Okay. I think that's all I could know. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been this rug.
It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon this departed soul.
It's strange that there are no bloodstains, though.
Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze, or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment.
It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. Okay, now I think I have everything. Yeah, okay, cool. Now we can talk to Emma. Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened?
Sure. The victim is Praise-a-Lot.
He was the high priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up. So, during the high priest's murder trial.
That's right.
Apparently, not Praise-a-Lot. These names, I swear. Also, I still can't believe that his wife, Trusted Me's wife, is Believe in Me. These names.
Apparently, he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion.
Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes.
This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body.
That dagger is in his upper back. It looks like it would have been particularly painful. Actually, because the knife was still in him, that would explain why there is no blood, because it acts as like, what's it called? Not a lid. What are... I can just think about the Norwegian word. Why does he have a peach on his neck, by the way? That's kind of random. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped?
Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done, but the victim remained bent over in prayer. And when they went over to check on him, they discovered he was dead, right? Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite, and the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger.
Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death?
He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust into his upper back.
Here's the autopsy report. Cause of death was a spinal cord injury from being stabbed in the upper back by a bladed weapon. But yeah, that's like, I guess like common knowledge of what you're like supposed to do if you ever get stabbed. Like, don't remove the object. Leave it in there. Because it will like stop the blood from pouring out. And it will keep you from bleeding to death.
Facts. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, Barbed Head, out with it. Oh, so the Princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science. I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in.
Just say you're interested in science, my girl. Like, it's okay.
There is nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Sadmadi holds forensics in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance.
She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. Emma, please. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her?
I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death.
But the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Liver temperature. Specifically. I've watched a lot of CSI, I know this. If you have been stabbed and someone took out the knife and happened to have a tampon on you, it will work as a temporary blood stopper. That makes sense. This also works for bullets. Just fucking shove a tampon into the bullet wound. I know it works. It just sounds really funny, you know? Like, obviously that would make sense. Which is how tampons got invented. Really? Damn.
Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. I see. That was quite enlightening.
Well, yes and no. Like I said, it's the liver temperature. It's not just like the normal temperature, it's the liver temperature. Because if it's like cold around the body, then of course like the actual like body temperature will be a bit colder. They were used to stop bullet bleedings in war times, and the female nurses were like, hey, this is handy. Amazing. Fascinating, really. But yeah, because the liver is like inside the body, it's much more accurate to measure the liver temperature.
I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed Head, present your forehead now.
What? Why?
You feel just a little over 95 degrees.
95, is that normal?
It seems you are not dead yet.
Of course I'm not.
It was but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking.
I fail to see the humor in any of this. Were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness.
How's that even possible?
Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally.
Oh, right, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. $95 is about 35. Fuck. Okay, it seems like... Oh, holy shit. My fucking battery is hot. Hold on. It really does not like having the... Oh, ah, fuck, hot. The USB for my ring light, it does not like having that in because apparently this just uses so much electricity. Okay, well, I'm gonna have shit lighting for a while. Just while this cools down and I can find somewhere else to put it. Okay, I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything. I can't believe this. What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there were no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence: the dagger. Sadly, yes. Ah. I might be able to put this in on the back of my PC, but like I said, I want to wait for it to cool down because the actual thing is really fucking hot right now. I low-key burnt myself. It's fine. It's not bad. I've had worse. Like the time when I was making something in my oven. I think it was probably pizza, and I was like gonna just shove in the tray again, and my dumb ass touched the tray with my fingers, and I was like, why the fuck did I do that? And like the area of my finger, like here, it just was like numb for a little while. For a few days. It was kind of funny actually. Because it's just like, why the fuck would I do that? Classic oven burn. It's the second one I've had, though that one was like not nearly as bad as the first one. God, the first one was so bad. I was at my sister's and I was gonna we were gonna cook some not baguettes, but yeah. And for whatever reason, I put in the buns in the preheated oven, and for whatever reason, this hand just decided to go like straight up into the roof of the oven, and holy shit. I still have a scar. I don't know if you can see even now because hold on, I have a flashlight. I have a flashlight. It functions, I swear. Can you even see? I doubt it. God, it's too bad. You can like no, you can't see. Not really. Anyways, it's like here. Yeah, it that hurt so bad. And I remember I couldn't like hold it under water for a very long time because we used like ice cold water, which I now realized you're not supposed to use. You're supposed to use cool water, not cold water. Just cool. So like a little bit lower than like lukewarm, I guess. I said colder, right? Yeah, colder. It's supposed to be colder. Which I did for the burn I got here, and that worked so well.
The killer used the Warbat dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. How is...
It's way better now. I can touch it. Look, I can touch it. And I'm not burning myself.
It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt.
Not so fast. What about a motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot.
What do the police think about this matter?
Okay, hold on. Let me go and plug this in. Okay, it has to go in the back, but that's gonna be a bit dumb for this, isn't it? No? No, it might still be fine. Don't mind me just talking to myself. Oh, I'm going underneath the table. I always use like ice cold water, and that is not nice. I know, right? You're not supposed to use cold water. You're supposed to use cool water. And just like mind blowing. Well, I am a genius. Can I turn it on now? Wah. Holy shit, that's light. That's bright. Can you now see? If I zoom, if it focuses, you can kind of see. It's really hard to see, but it's like right here. It's even harder to see. Hello. If I do this, it'd be like, where is it? It's like here somewhere. You can kind of see it. Oh, there! I can see it. It's like here. That's my old burn. Ooh. Huh. Hello? Why won't it? Well. Oh, it's because I turned off. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, why does it not work when I press 7? To go to my 3DS scene. There we go. Okay. And we're back. Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot.
So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about the matter.
The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who has been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was the disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel,
he too was likely a rebel and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher.
Yes, that is how the police currently view this crime. There is no way Maya is that Lady Kira vigilante. I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. I really blew it in court today. Okay. That message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here.
You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up?
No, I'm not calling it quits yet. You're always having Wi-Fi problems. So, yeah. Don't worry about it.
Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma. I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you are done here, Detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sadmadi for dereliction of duty. I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright. And good luck. I should really pay a visit to everyone in every place connected with this case. So, anything new in Inner Sanctum?
I don't think so. It didn't even show the time, which it usually does. Okay, what about Believe? Hello, I'm sorry to bother you again, but...
Oh, it's you. Barbed Head, you are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Believe, are you?
I mean...
Yes.
Like... Like... this. The envelope that belongs to this letter was found in her trash. You can even see it in the back there. It's not weird to suspect her, exactly. Also, wasn't this like delivered when they were asleep? And like a theory that the police or whatever have is that Maya locked herself in because she's been staying there a lot. And yeah, it's really weird that they're not suspecting Believe.
She lost her beloved husband and now acolyte Zealot, who was like a son to her.
Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say.
Very well.
And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Inme. That probably means she isn't a rebel.
Is this about poor Prey? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now.
But what about Maya? She's innocent.
Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband, and now Prey?
Mrs. Inme, you don't really believe that Maya is the killer, do you?
I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe?
Sorry. It's just funny because her name is Believe.
What am I to do?
The verdict was already reached in your husband's case, but the truth about the matter is yet to be found.
How can you be so sure?
Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now, my faith in her. Considering she's been on trial 2 times before, and she was found innocent back then too, so most likely she did not commit any of these murders.
So please, help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on faith, even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused.
That's right.
All right then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Believe?
My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Qur'anism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith and Maya Fey's innocence... Stop. shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy.
I can't really see anything new happening in the background, so I don't think I need to examine. Oh, still the trash. Barbed Head, it appears you are quite fond of rummaging through the garbage.
I just thought there might be some other important piece of evidence in here.
Oh, is that right?
Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Doesn't look like there's anything else of interest in there. Okay. That can't be comfortable. What is this scary looking spiky thing?
It is a floor cushion for heightening a practitioner's mental focus. Your ignorance astounds me. There is not a soul in Khura'in who would not recognize this.
Ma'am, I'm not from Khura'in. Like, we've been through this. A floor cushion? You mean you're supposed to sit on this?
How else would you suggest it be used?
It looks like a torture device to me. This game looks kind of like checkers or chess.
You mean to say you have never heard of—
Catch them all! I remember this. I remembered it the second I clicked on it. I even have like a fucking note saved from like 2016. Where I like wrote the Pokemon songs. Hold on. A song. I mean, not songs. Song. Oh. And I was like, I want to be the very best. I know one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. Pokemon, gotta catch them all. Wow. Amazing. We love the dumb names in this game in particular. Like, all the names up until now have been punny in nature. But like, now they just went all out. Like, they just don't give a fuck anymore.
I have heard people describe it as Khura'inese chess.
So 2 players take turns moving their pieces in a bid to capture the other's king.
Not quite. In Catch Them All, the object is the utter annihilation of your opponent. Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game.
Special moves? It sounds like a game right up Maya's alley. Oh, wait, it's a photo. A photo of the High Priest, his wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. That's cute. That's a cute image. Since Maya's in it, it must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Mrs. Inmi about it.
To think that this would be their final family photo. That no good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the 2 men whom she said she would soon kill.
She said she would kill? No. I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them.
That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it.
I'll prove Maya's smile is the real deal. I have to. Pictures of the queen and her husband, the justice minister of Khura'in.
Yes, my mother and my father. What do you think? Do they not possess an awe-inspiring air?
Oh, terrifying is more the word I would use.
Well,
yes, they are very awe-inspiring. Okay, that's it. Now let's talk about Prey. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here as your husband's disciple?
About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across Pare, collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear?
And he'd been living here ever since. About 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in Khura'in.
Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as a disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family too.
I see. If this is where Acolyte Zealot lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. No, I need to go to present. Can I ask you about this photo?
It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held.
The Feast of Blessings? Would you mind telling me a little more about it? Oh, hold on. I just saw something. I just realized something. Oh shit, can't really see it well because it's like the smallest screen. But on Baleeb's arm, she is wearing what seems to be a watch. And Maya is holding her keychain, right, of the plumed Punisher. Please, no, I can't with this fucking theme. Maya got this in exchange for her steel samurai watch. So she is the other fangirl, I guess.
This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings.
Seems like someone has some issues letting go of the dead. Yeah, pretty much. The Feast of Blessings.
Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite. So the day before it's performed, we enjoy dishes full of gingil, an herb known to strengthen the body and mind.
The music gives me anxiety because it's a Steel Samurai song, but slightly to the left. That's so true, though. That is so true. Oh my god.
You love the gingil-based dishes I make, didn't you, dear?
Gingil. I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some.
Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rites, and only between noon and 3 p.m.
That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong?
A very good guess indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcomed the next day.
Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint. A what? And a what? Huh? Garlic and mint. And that's, something.
After the Feast of Blessings, Pare went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him.
What was Maya doing at the time?
Shortly after Pare left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rites. I don't know what she did after that.
Why did the audio just suddenly get boosted in my ears? So, Acolyte Zealot went out to pray the afternoon before the rites, according to the newspaper. On the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had iced over.
Pare always prayed a lot.
You don't say. You don't say that someone by the name of prayed a lot.
Far more more than anyone I have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kinda intimidating to me. It did get boosted. Interesting. I thought it was just for me, but I guess not. Hold on. Let me just up that and... No, it did. Okay. But only the game. Yeah! That was really weird. Hold on. If I do this. Now it should be better. But I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here. That is better. Yeah, I'm not really sure how that happened, but because the game audio is kind of loud, I like turned down the audio for the application itself, and for some reason it just reset to like the normal audio levels. I don't know why. I didn't do anything. It just went up there, so I just moved it down again now. I feel like that's way easier than going and fixing the audio in OBS. I haven't come across any particularly insightful information even here. You seem disappointed. Mrs. Inme, is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer... Barbed head! Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. We have paid a visit to all of the people and places connected with this case. I think it is about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you? Can I show her the Plumed Punisher keychain? The strap? That's... It's a strap that Maya received. Would you happen to know anything about it? It's for the Plumed Punisher action hero. Of course she knows, Barbed Head. It's only the most popular show in all of Khura'in. It would seem that the Royal Priestess is more familiar with the matter than I. What? No, I was simply advocating on behalf of the show's fans. Interesting, so she is not wanting to talk about it. There's nothing more here, okay. Wait, let me check the court record and see where I want to go. Talk to those related to the incident. He was 21?! Holy shit. Damn. Nothing in Temple. Detention center. Can I talk to Maya? I can. Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today. I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too. You were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do. I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow. It's not like I don't believe in you. It's just... He is already going to be executed. Yeah. Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down, you'll see. He's already going to be executed, Maya. It really does not matter that he defends you. But she just said that they could, like, have it, like... What'd she say? Like... They'll even commute your sentence. Like the judge would allow that.
Listen, you're right. You're very right. I'm so used to having my camera over here, but now I have to look over here. It's I'm just not used to it.
Okay.
You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence.
It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you a good talk before you depart from this world.
Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't till the bitter end.
There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. Then, perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her.
Wait, was that her attempt at comforting me?
Barbed head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle, accept the judgment that has been passed upon you.
She obviously doesn't know me very well.
Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted and... Hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that?
Maya, what are you...
What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come to... No, it won't. Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He's defending his client no matter what. Enough. There is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice, for we have the divination seance. But your insights were wrong.
Oh boy, that's gotta hurt.
Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victims' souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? Oh, you dare bring Her Holiness's name into this. You know nothing, you phony baloney.
Please, you two, enough already.
Sorry, Nick, I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh?
No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner.
How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you.
I can see straight through that contorted, I know English. Contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. Can I talk to you? Yes. Could you try to remember what happened one more time?
I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the rite onward.
Oh right, you suddenly felt sleepy and everything after that's a blank.
Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there.
Right. What about Parade? Were you close to Acolytes a lot?
We met several times during the meetings about the rites, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet.
Didn't you eat together the day before the rites?
Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite.
Okay.
Like, you know the salty noodles at Eldune's Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time.
Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Yeah, that's right. Ramen is actually part of the game now, I forgot. I was like, holy shit, it's not burgers!
miss ramen too.
So what was Acolyte Zealot like while you were eating?
He seemed to be enjoying the food, but as soon as we were done, he left to go pray.
And what did you do?
Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rites.
That coincides with Mrs. Inmy's description of events. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira?
When the rites started, it was just me and Abbot Inmy.
But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira.
I know. Lady Kira. I wish I could have seen her in the flesh.
Yeah, let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum.
Huh, but what if she came from the sky, you know, like that bushy-bearded paratrooper? That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings.
That's from the Plumed Punisher TV show, right?
How'd you know?
Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings.
Ooh, I got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plumed Punisher bases here in Khura'in?
Can we please stop talking about the Plumed Punisher show for a sec, Maya?
I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks.
Well, I should get going now.
Sorry I wasn't any help.
Don't worry, I got this. We'll be at the Chargers tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at Eldune's, or your favorite burger joint. You pick.
Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large hamburger steak, topping on my salty bowl. Best of both worlds.
That's also something that's like really interesting about Japan. Like you have a hamburger, but you also have a hamburg steak, which is literally just like the beef patty. It's called a hamburg steak. Never once in my life have I heard that outside of Japan. You can have whatever you like, but first I have to beat the charges.
I almost forgot.
What is it?
I have a favor to ask.
Okay, but why are we whispering?
I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting and holding on to it for me?
Sure, so what's this super important thing?
In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets.
That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all heck would break loose. All heck? All heck? This is funny to me because something that's said by a character later on in the game is piss and vinegar. But they couldn't say heck. They couldn't say hell. But they could say piss. Okay.
Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops, don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret.
All heck is gonna be my new expression. The Tome of Secrets contains secrets. Imagine that. Yes, this floor is made out of floor.
What are you two whispering about?
Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it.
You are up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you.
No, not Plaza of Devotion, dumbass. Sorry, I wanted to go and bother Believe a bit more. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. Mrs. Inmy is probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came for.
I am watching you like a war-bound barbed head. You had better not steal anything.
I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for.
Then get on with it.
I would if you'd stop interrupting me. Ah, here's Maya's bag.
What is that strange patch on her bag?
It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it.
I see. He looks strikingly similar to the Plumed Punisher.
They are similar, but the Steel Samurai definitely came first.
I see. How interesting.
Rifa seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between Plumed Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plumed Punisher fan? But I digress. I'd better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that tome of secrets that Maya was talking about.
Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now?
Hold on, let me just go and read it. The priestess acting as Lady Kira's representative must know her name. That name is Imsan. Speaking this name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart and devote yourself to prayer. Well, shit. I feel like I'm gonna have my fucking door busted down. Just like, FBI, open up! You know? Hold on a second. This string around it is coming undone. Whoops! Oh.
You fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away, quickly, before we go blind!
Relax, my hand just slipped.
This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira's liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out.
Alright. Korean Special Forces, open up. Alright, this book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your benevolence, would you mind if I ask you some questions?
This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you.
Well, can't you make an exception?
If you insist. Nena. What of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rites.
Very important? What's written inside?
Yes, I see. Really? Is it all right to reveal that?
Your benevolence?
Patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name.
Her true name? Is a name really that important of a secret?
To a Koreanist priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know.
What's so important about a name?
Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name.
Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize, but you don't know their name. It makes it impossible to get their attention.
Indeed, you must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it.
And it's the same for Koreanism. What if Maya spirit channels Lady Kira? Ooh.
It is the same for Koreanism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use.
The queen has a secret art.
It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess. In Koreanism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it.
I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me all about it. Makes sense. She is really just a 14-year-old. Could you tell me about the secret art of the queen you spoke of?
Come again?
Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right?
It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you.
Yep. No idea what they mean. What the spirit channeling? Like you channel a spirit? Like I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it.
A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique.
Third rate is a bit harsh. I'd even settle for second. Spirit channeling? Oh my god, I'm so surprised! Never heard of that in my entire life.
What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face.
What the heck is a tentacle hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right?
Well now, I see you have done your homework.
Oh, I guess I studied a bit.
With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not?
I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. It's not like I use spirit channeling to win a few cases or talk to my dead mentor. Pff, no. No way. But weren't there times when he like spoke to Mia when Maya was like not even or fight my dead maybe? Like he has like seen Mia in cases where Maya was not next to him. I feel like I've read something about it before, but I don't know. Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, I think that he may possess some of those powers himself without actually being aware of it. Also the fact that he can use the Magatama. Damn, okay. We're really just... I imagine they're pretty shocked when they came back from ancient times.
Indeed. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death.
So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled. But the funny thing is that the reason there are like no men in Kurain is because only the women can channel spirits. Phoenix is trans confirmed.
Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learn from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded and how we have maintained our unique culture.
So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics.
It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands.
What if Lady Kira is actually Lady Kira? I honestly don't fucking remember. But like even if I did, I wouldn't spoil it, so.
I'm not sitting comfortably. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother.
Illegal immigrants.
Yes, it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and look to Kharianism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven away from their own lands.
Dubious nature, driven from their own land. Gasp and pain definitely fit that bill. But they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Can you channel spirits, Your Benevolence?
I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability.
So her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's.
You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you?
Don't be ridiculous!
It is written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop! The divination seance was once one of the important roles fulfilled by the queen. That is what my mother taught me when I was little.
So the queen can perform the dance of devotion. That'll be a sight to see.
Someday, I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day.
Forgive my ignorance, Your Benevolence.
You shall see. It will not be long before I, too, master the secret art of spirit channeling.
At times like that, you can really see that she is just 14. For real. Very true.
I will be a magnificent queen who unites our people for the greater good of Kharian.
Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to.
Going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down.
It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya.
Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand here and talk about spirit channeling.
That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is the spirit medium.
Are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira?
I guess you saw that one coming.
Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace.
Of course.
My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Kharian would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third-rate.
Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there, after him. Don't let him escape.
What is all that racket?
And they found that's a rebel?
What? That escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town.
Yep. Escaped prisoner? You mean that guy with the bushy beard? It's Buddha from Big Time Rush. Sorry. I can't.
There is no reason to panic. The police are on his trail.
He's no longer a suspect, but he might know something considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look.
Wait!
Ow, my aching back. I forgot how badly I'd injured it. Ow, ow, ow. I need to do some stretching and exercise more when I get back home. Albie?
Ah, Mr. Wright.
Yes. Hey, Albie. That's a rebel. Have you seen it? Ow, ow, ow. Are you alright, sir? 1 second. Have you seen that escaped prisoner around here?
Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner was disappearing in this area.
He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken to the air again, could he?
Barbed head. I told you to wait.
It's too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. Rebel could be lurking nearby.
What sort of a princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me?
She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? Are we actually looking for him? I can't look over there. Let's just look around the bazaar, because why not? Sewer. Oh, you're smart! I didn't even notice that was the sewer. The grate is open. You're right, you're right. Look at all those vegetables.
Let's see. There's a Giapam, Konuro, and Sabas. And they were all freshly picked this morning.
I've never heard of any of them. Maybe I'll buy some to see what they taste like. You want some too, Albie? My treat.
Really? Thank you, sir. I'll take some of this and this. Oh, and this too.
Albie, that's quite a lot you've got there already, don't you think?
But this is barely enough for a side dish.
I hope I brought enough money. I haven't really looked around the bazaar, so let's do that.
Allow me to explain. This bird is known as the warbod. It's only found here in Karain.
Alright, the bird Lady Kira's based herself on. It's a really beautiful bird. Tourists must love it.
They usually do. There's just one thing about it that's kind of hit or miss. Its unusual cry drives children to tears. It can even make some adults collapse in fear.
Maybe they should keep such a fearsome creature in a less crowded area. I can't read the sign, but this looks like a souvenir shop. It's too bad that I don't have the time to do some shopping right now. Oh my god, Lady Kira is a furry! But I'll have to stop by here before I go back home. I'm sure everyone's expecting something, especially Trucy. Hey Albie, what's this cow-like animal?
It's a yak. They carry heavy loads and provide milk. They're indispensable partners in our daily lives.
Interesting. Hey, they're kind of cute up close.
Oh, and they are also prized for their meat. You know, the meat you enjoyed so much last night.
Oh, partner must mean something else here. I'm sorry? He really got hung up on partner, right? The gate to Temple. At the top of those stairs is my home away from home. Just looking at them is making my back ache.
This is a really popular bun shop here in Karain.
Ooh, they even sell Magataman. Let's see, 1 Magataman, 15 damas. Wait a second. Albie, weren't you selling them for 20 damas apiece?
The extra 5 damas is the service fee.
He's quite the shrewd businessman. There we go. It's a poster. It looks like some kind of Karainese superhero. Why do all superheroes look the same, regardless of where they come from? That manhole cover. It's open.
Whoa! What is it, Shadow?
Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Could Shadow track Mr. Rebel if he had something with the rebel scent on it?
I don't know. I
feel like I've got something with Mr. Rebel's scent on it. Something he might have touched. Do I know? Here, Shadow. How about this? I hope it works. I think he's picked up a scent. You mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit? By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy. Ah, this is so cute. I can't. Your benevolence, I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait! Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about.
That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there.
Oh, are you worried about me?
No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence.
I'm doing this to prove Maya innocent.
But how can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She has already been found guilty.
Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down, you'll see. Okay. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their client to the bitter end. That's just what we do.
You lame brain, do what you will.
Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow.
Be careful.
Wait! Come back here! It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Ah! God damn it. Oh, ow, ow, ow. What happened? I went down into the manhole and then... Oh, it finally came to. Ah! I remember that face anywhere. And that dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. There can be no mistake. It's him. That's a rebel. I don't like the spider in the background. Yikes! Sorry, I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? Is he eating them in one bite? Whew, I thought he was going to kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. Right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office. What else? He peeled one and now has unlimited apples. This man is truly to be feared. Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yep, just like you. Ryan's public enemy #1 is an ex-lawyer. Didn't see that coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So I came back today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Corrine. Wait a second. Sir! Sir! Your face! Sir! You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Tarustin and his acolyte Parazelot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... He's a rebel. I wonder how true that really is. Sure, let me just take a look around here first. Let's start in this corner. Is that coat yours, Mr. Rebel? Nah, it belongs to the rebel leader, Dirk. It's pretty impressive. I like the color, too. Wanna try it on? Really? You sure it's okay? Of course! I bet it will look great on you. Well then, don't mind if I do. No, it smells so moldy. I can't believe you fell for it. That thing's been hanging there forever. Note to self, don't trust this guy ever again. What's this thing with a dragon on it? Some kind of a sign? Yep, that was his business sign back when this was Dirk's office. He used to be a lawyer, right? That he was, but it was a really long time ago. This place has seen better days, that's for sure. Well, I hope he can put his sign back up someday. I wouldn't hold my breath. You guys get electricity? Yeah, but the power goes out occasionally. That's pretty inconvenient. You're telling me, sometimes it goes out for an entire day. What about the stuff in the refrigerator? Why don't you see for yourself? Forget I asked, I'm afraid of what I might find. Yeah. That's valid. There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if this was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Rebel. Guys as big and strong as me. Got even bigger appetites, you know. But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. No, sorry if I offended you. First, let's start with an appetizer. Where is he getting all those apples from? Want to join me, Mr. Lawyer Man? I've got plenty of sewer lizards too. Thanks, but I already ate. What's this book? Is this a law book? A dragon's mark has been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really, the leader of the rebels. That Dirk? That's right, and that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are really dirty. Must be the section of the Defense Culpability Act. He must have done a ton of research on the Defense Culpability Act. He practically wore out the entire section. What are these hanging here? Lizards? If so, they're pretty big. Those are sewer lizards. We call them that because they live in the sewer, you don't say. They grow bigger than your average lizard, which makes them fine eating. Wait, you eat these? What else would you do with them? Here, try one. Pass, I'll definitely pass. You're missing out on a fine treat, my man. Somehow, I think I'll live without it. Incense and white flowers. The flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Rebel? Something wrong with flowers? Oh, no! It's just a traditional thing here in Karine. Pay no mind. Should I also pay this no mind? There's a knife driven deep into a photo of the queen. I guess the rebels really hate her. I better remember to stay on their good side. there's a ladder leading underground. He must have brought me in through there. There is no reason for me to leave yet. I should see what else Mr. Rebel has to say. Yeah. Okay, cool. Tell me about the High Priest's murder. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with his murder, I meant it. Oh, by the way, I found out the word that I was looking for last time. It's epithelials. They're like, a certain type of skin cells, I think. It's basically like when you find like skin residue or something on stuff. I couldn't really get like a concise explanation of what it was, but it's something to do with skin cells. Like the surrounding skin, kind of, I don't know, something like that. So when I told you I had nothing to do with this murder, I meant it. Okay then, where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already dawn. I must have been out cold the whole time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all. You got that right. Then why did you say you did when you testified? Oh, about that, since I didn't remember a thing. The fuck is up with your mouth, my dude? I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lie has cost me? Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime but weren't involved in it. Got it. So Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yep, he was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You gotta be kidding me. And most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of the dragon? I mean, in Japanese, Phoenix Wright's name is something Ryuichi? I know his name. Yeah, Ryuichi. And Ryu means dragon, right? I believe so. Hold on. Let me check out the Ace Attorney fandom wiki here. And go down to name. His Japanese given name, Ryuichi, originated from Ryuichi Sakamoto, is a Japanese composer, singer, writer, and actor whom Shu Takumi deeply respected. It initially had no other particular significance until Phoenix Wright, his attorney, Trials and Tribulations, introduced a character named Furio Tigre. Shibakuso Toranosuke in Japanese. Ryuichi alludes to the dragon, while Toranosuke alludes to the tiger. The two animals are said to be natural enemies in Eastern mythology. This is referenced in-game by Tigre's jacket design, which bears the image of a tiger biting down on the neck of a dragon. So technically, Phoenix Wright also has the will of a dragon. Yep, that will be it. Actually, your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up, no matter how hard a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Okay, what can I show him? Nope. I don't think I can show him anything. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. What about Dirk's law book? Nope. Let's ask him what I can for now. Okay. So that's it. No reason for me to leave just yet. What else does he have to say? Present attorney's badge. No, it's not a fucking parting gift for you. Newspaper. No, it's not a parting gift for you. Autopsy report. No. Not a parting gift. Inner sanctum photo. No, it's not a parting gift. Maya's statements. No, it's not a parting gift. God damn it. Kira's warning. Nope. Plume Punisher strap. Nope. Inner sanctum diagram. Already tried that. Crime photo. Nope. Solid's autopsy report. Nope. The Warpath dagger. Family photo. Believe statements. I like to imagine Phoenix literally pulling this out, presenting it and going, nope, 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 nope. Nope, okay, cool. Nothing. Then there must be something I missed. Oh, wait. Hello? There. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here's one that looks really old. Wow, this was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirk's sons. Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center. He doesn't look so evil. And both of his sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yuri. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Sadmadi. Prosecutor Sadmadi is Dirk's son? And he is! Yuri was once a rebel too. He used to really respect his old man. That is Apollo. Both as a father and as a lawyer. Why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Yuri decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. I would have never guessed it, looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Khura'in's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yuri was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Garan one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself, so he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. What about the other child in the photo? That's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. His name's Apollo. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet. He really is Apollo. He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Ha, ha, ha. Yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Rebel's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Ha, 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 ha. Wait, he said hell! He's out there racing high hell! Tell him that you know Apollo. Exactly. This game doesn't make any sense. First they say heck. Race all of heck, right? Phoenix needs to be PG-13. But the rebel can be. Can be more like crass, I guess. Apollo, I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy and the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. He never lost that loud voice, though. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please, wait, I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the inner sanctum in the first place? Tell me about your plan. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? Where can I sign up? For being a rebel? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. He should have tried hightailing it out of Karain like I'm doing. Karain. Damn. Ah, Psyche locks. Mr. Rebel is hiding something, but I won't know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Rebel? Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. I'll just have to use my Magatama on him then. Oh, speaking of the Magatama, actually. So I mentioned earlier that I believe that Phoenix has some channeling powers himself. And the only other person we've seen use the Magatama throughout the games is Edgeworth. And I read this like theory once that the reason why he can do like the chess thing is because he held the Magatama and he still has some of the powers left from it. And I like that. I like that theory. That's a good theory. It doesn't really line up that well though, considering how like the two investigations games happen like within like a few weeks of each other. It's a game theory. Sure is. It sure is.
Take that!
Now let's see. Can I undo his Psyche locks? I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking, but the answer is still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garan regime. Hang on, do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the high priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel a thing in this room. Flowers.
Take that!
I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Karain. The high priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well, hee-ho.
Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just the Kuraine's way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death?
That mouth is scary. This man is scary.
You're reading into this too much, I told you. I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for days. And tomorrow, I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. And how exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. This?
Take that!
Yes! I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? They brought this food for you at your request. So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Also, looking at his mouth now, it makes sense that he can eat apples in one bite. Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man. I admit it. I requested the grub. But I was just taking advantage of him, that's all. What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss the kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn inside of you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. And this proves that the flames of revolution still burn inside of you. The book?
Take that!
Yes! Dirk's law book. I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? Sir, you literally have an armband with that mark on it. You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that would have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in.
Take that!
I get to show the badge! Yes! When a person's back is against the wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? No, I wouldn't. No? No, because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now, admit it. You've never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? I look in your eyes. It's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you, too. I had planned to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the royals. Yas, let me be a rebel! Rebel Phoenix. But I don't think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said, I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner, and a lawyer who has been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm going to keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So, what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. With the town swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that.
What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you?
I'd have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key. Yep, plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't have just any ordinary key.
I see. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. The bird!
Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother in arms fighting the powers that be.
In the sanctum.
If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more.
Ooh, I can talk to him more.
Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira.
You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you?
Beats me. But wherever she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes.
Watching you like a hawk? Framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go to all that trouble?
Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are
free to think what they want. Sounds like America.
And because of that, the authorities can arrest you just for sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do.
And that Lady Kira figure is...
Yep, she's just some lickspittle working for the Garan regime.
Ow. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say, I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. 'Cause she got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. So he was talking about Lady Kira then.
Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me.
So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? What? A religious country where you're not allowed to think differently? That is so surprising. I know, right? Never would have expected that in my entire life.
Exactly. The Garan regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think.
Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that?
Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything.
I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'd probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. I'm invested now.
Our goal is to get rid of that evil no good Defense Culpability Act.
I can tell just by looking at Dirk's lawbook.
The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool.
Our false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. Did you know that Texas now gives out $10,000 bounties for people who report women planning on or about to get an abortion? That's so dumb. There is just like so much wrong with it, and they just refuse to acknowledge that.
It's been 23 years since it was first enacted.
What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law?
The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began.
The punishment for abortion is higher than that for rape. Wow. That's something.
It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader, Dirk, who did it.
Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he?
That's the official line, but...
The official line? His charges were completely trumped up.
Dirk was framed, I'm telling you.
He was?
Plus, Dirk was a lawyer.
Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers.
And that's how the DC Act was first passed.
So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Khura'in.
Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance.
The significance of the divination seance? They were holding seances at court even before the DC Act.
You bet they were.
Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean like what I've been doing?
Right.
It's like Dirk used to say, the royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence.
Right.
I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing.
Yep.
The insights became the only truth, and arguing against them was banned.
As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I glean thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe.
From what I've seen, Hrefa would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use the fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against.
Yep.
All we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Okay, I'm always up for eating the rich and unjust. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the Fangs of the Defiant Dragons. Let's join these people. That's a rebel. You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See you when I see ya. Alley-oop. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. Where did the dog go? Hello? Where did Shadow go? Whew, I finally got out of there.
Mr. Wright!
Oh. How did he get back?
I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you.
Shadow, what happened to him anyway?
He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help.
How did he climb out of there? That's my question.
Well, did you find anything of worth?
Oh, I tripped and fell down there. I must have been out cold for a while. I better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Rebel was talking about. Should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. Inner Sanctum we go.
Barthead, you already searched here, did you not?
Oh, I just thought I'd look around again, you know, in case I missed something. I probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home, leave no stone unturned.
Oh, yes. You cannot stump me. I know that one.
Actually, I don't have a clue is written all over your face. It's a statue of a bird. Should take a closer look. I can't. I gotta... Hey, this eye is missing.
What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason.
Sorry. But that shape... I wonder...
Take that!
Sorry, that just was really funny to me. I can imagine him just like doing like really mundane tasks. And when he just like places something somewhere or something, you know, something really mundane, and he just always says, "Take that!" And everyone in the Write Anything agency are just like, "Oh, there he goes again." Phoenix puts bread in toaster. Take that. Yes, exactly. Exactly like that. What? She must be at a loss for words, and that doesn't happen too often.
What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head.
I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. If I'm shocked there is a secret door here, I imagine that goes double for Raifa.
A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum. Somebody will pay for this.
Well, for now I think I'll have a look around.
Wait, you must not enter before the police.
Don't worry, I won't disturb anything, or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see...
Fine, just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police.
Of course. Now shall we?
I will go no further.
Alright, you're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles.
Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering.
Oh well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her?
I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I will be watching you like a warbot from the entrance here.
I told you I'm not going to do anything. I better hurry before she changes her mind. Okay, I need to move to the rebel hideout.
I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water.
That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. Then what about that warbot revolving door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred space.
To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It's a desecration upon Kuranism itself. The defiant dragon shall pay for this.
I suppose it's only natural that she be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. Nice effect. Thank you. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots.
Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission.
Raifa's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Now to search every nook and cranny.
Barbed Head, just because it is hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things.
I heard you the first time. Sheesh. Let's start up here.
How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amidst such a sacred space? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once.
Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything?
This is an exception. Very well. If you will not do it, then I will.
But your benevolence, I thought you were not supposed to come in here. For once, I'm just moving this back and forth. Did the audio change? No, it didn't. It should be fine. For once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favor. There's something under the banner. A microphone. What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Right, it did sound louder. It wasn't just me. I think it was just the music that crescendoed or something. I don't know. Weapons! And lots of them too.
We are lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head.
Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. So this is the water source that supplies the inner sanctum spring. It flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside. I love the cart-mounted crossbow.
Lady Kira uses this sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body.
It's also not red like the water in the spring. Interesting. Oh yeah, you're right. I can't really see that well considering I have like a freaking ring light right in my face. So like details in darker areas of the screen is kind of hard to see. I can see them still, but it's just like a bit harder to see. What's this? A bloodstain? I should probably try to figure out what happened in here.
Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive.
The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like... The police! Hey, that reminds me! Emma gave me something just for times like these. Luminol! Yes! I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Luminol testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood, so it can even detect areas where blood has been wiped up. But won't you need like a UV light for them to glow? No, wait. Yes? No. Oh, I guess she has the red glasses, right? It might help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put on these red tinted glasses to see the luminous glow. Yeah, okay. And I just touch wherever I want to spray some of the luminol. Areas where there was blood will react by turning blue. Well, obviously here. What? No? This is a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here.
Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in there from under the Warbat statue.
There was definitely a lot of blood here. But it's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Alright, luminol reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some notes. Can't you take a picture through your glasses? I mean, I should do it. Oh, okay. I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because the Warbat revolving door passed over it? Was that it? A large stone slab. It's shaped like a magatama. It looks rather unstable. I better tip over in an earthquake. What's that earthy, grass-like smell? I just noticed the handprints.
It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone.
Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss. Phoenix, I know you're supposed to be American, but you know what moss is! It looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. I wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa! The slab's starting to wobble.
What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space?
Nothing! All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. Look!
What is it, Barbed Head?
It's a plumed Punisher clock.
Why, I believe it's a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the plumed Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head.
Ah, she snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafa is definitely a huge fan.
What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right.
It's the plumed Punisher theme song.
Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be plumed Punisher fans.
That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. I'm just moving it back and forth. It is unsettling to hear that. It is just as you said too. Like it's a Steel Samurai theme song. A bit to the left. You're completely right on that. The statue door rotates when you pull this chain.
I see. Then you must shut the door and destroy its mechanism. That will deprive the insurgents of access to this place.
But wouldn't that trap me in here?
Not to worry. I would come to visit you once a year.
She's actually serious. There's a plumed Punisher calendar here.
Ah, now I understand. The villains in the Plumed Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira.
I doubt that's it. Anything else? Ooh. Looks like an order from Dirk.
What's this? Let me see that.
I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here.
This is an exception. Now hand it over. Oh, let's see here. Oh, Holy Mother.
What? What does it say?
It is an order intended for that rebel named Dax. It reads, after the rite, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume, and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk.
23 years ago? He must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand.
This will not do. I must warn my mother at once.
No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot Inley is no longer able to aid the rebels.
I knew that.
Well, I think that covers about everything here. Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that.
It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently.
Sorry.
Well, Barbed Head, have you not already seen enough?
I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Cool. Go back to the temple. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive.
No way. I do not understand, Barbed Head.
What don't you understand?
Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation. After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods.
I think you have them confused with prosecutors. What? Who told you that?
My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose.
If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around.
What is it? Prosecutor Sadmani has need of me.
What's going on?
I must go perform a divination seance for Perezalot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins.
I see.
The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow. And I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson.
Looks like the royal priestess is back with a vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, Your Benevolence.
Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow.
Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow, especially without any solid evidence.
Why don't we go over everything you know so far?
Alright, let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger. And Maya's fingerprints were found on it.
That doesn't sound very good.
I know, it's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Khura'in.
I know that sounds very helpful.
Oh, but I did hear something interesting, that the rebel-hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister.
What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence.
Albie, that sounds like something a rebel might say.
It does? But if that Lady Kira really is one of Minister Inga's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya.
Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. There was a bloodstain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to this casing.
Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum. That will be a huge hit with tourists.
This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart.
What I mean is that hideout could be important to your case.
Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence.
We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial.
Princess Rafa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help.
The divination seance? I thought it always works against the accused.
Not always. Right, it's like Dirk used to say, the royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence.
Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir.
Divination seances worked both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. And it's only now that the people of Khura'in find it strange.
Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow.
Thanks. I can't afford to lose this next one. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Rafa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. To be continued. Is there like... Let me just check like how many parts there are left. Because I'm low-key tempted to just finish this. Let's see, where is it? Here. Technically, would it matter if you won tomorrow since you are already about to be executed? I guess. It's a 2-day trial. 2-part trial. So I don't think so. Unless... I do the first part of the trial now, and then for the next day's attorney stream, I do the second part of the trial, and then I also move on to Turnabout Storyteller, which is just batshit insane, honestly. It's like one of my favorite cases. And I really just want to like do my favorite episode. I'm continuing. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her.
Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I?
It doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end.
I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help.
You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plume Punisher, right?
You bet. You look as if you did not sleep last night, Barbed Head.
Same! I also keep expecting you to spell out Maya.
It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that?
I'm all fired up and ready to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Rifa doesn't seem in the best spirits herself.
Go ahead, feign confidence now while you are still able. I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day.
I guess it was just my imagination.
Ready, Nick?
Okay, Maya, let's head on in. Oh then, if everyone is ready. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Sadmati. I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder. Let us hasten, yes, this trial, so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. And today, she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Perezalot. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. The accused has now slain 2 of the most devout clergymen in Corinus. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough. Oh, that's right. They kept saying hell all the time last trial. I forgot about that. Then, what a terrible fate awaits her. Balgilpokon, hell, a realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galoon of Pulmoten. Ah, yes, I know exactly what this means. Furthermore, school job, Enough, enough! My blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Phoenix is so used to censoring himself around truth, he even censors his thoughts. Oh, that's wholesome, I love that. No, then. Please continue, minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. Unaware that Trucy probably says fuck a lot. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest's disciple, Perazalot. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The warbat dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. Ah, the warbat dagger. Lady Kira's weapon of choice. We have already established that the accused's prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself.
No, I didn't do it.
Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused Maya Fey is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further.
But...
Well, once Her Benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Your Majesty, might I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadmati? It is about the divination seance.
That's enough!
Your Benevolence?
Stop right there, Prosecutor Sadmati.
As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about?
Barbed Head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees.
I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is, I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Rafa's insights. Very well. The divination seance, if you please, Your Benevolence.
Yes. Let us begin. Nena.
Robe and staff. Yes.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination. Let the eye
Yeah.
down so that we may.
We know. We know. We know that too. Is it dance time again? We're skipping dance time this time. But yes, technically. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your Benevolence. What in the world?
No, I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out to the spirit's name many times, but to no avail.
Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? Fuck! Why did I suddenly have to sneeze? Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Because it's not his name. How fitting that they talked about that earlier in the investigation. That like, oh, we can't do it if we don't know the actual name of the spirit. The name or face of the spirit. So what does this mean, Rafa? What does this mean? Come to think of it. Let's perform divination seance. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents. Yeah. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try it one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties.
I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance.
Rafa, what are we to do without a divination seance?
I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused's guilt with or without a divination seance.
You never failed to impress, Prosecutor Sadmadi. This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired. So shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance?
Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on an accused's crimes. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave.
Why was that such a hard sentence for me to say? I don't know.
You should fear it, not plead for it.
I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent.
The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick?
Maya, please, you're not helping.
How dare you! The voice of Amitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you.
Seances exacted heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast. Well, since a divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sadmadi suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Why you? I will not forget this barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me.
Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. Ah shit, someone's not happy.
Sorry, Mr. Wright.
Detective Sky, I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all. But you must let them go and move on. But there is only one way to save them now. By giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames.
Oh, I can't do this.
No eating in the Sacred Hall of Justice.
Miss Sky! Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job.
Wait, how old is Emma actually? Did I figure it out? She's 27. Okay.
I'm sure Nick will figure something out eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Fey.
How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed.
Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. The latest victim was Paracelot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest.
I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond?
I didn't spot any inconsistencies in her testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now?
What is it, Maya?
I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into acolytes a lot. Because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed.
What are you getting at?
Well, it's just a hunch.
Wait a second. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. Okay, thank you for telling me I need to press.
Hold it!
What kind of person was Acolyte Zealot?
According to the neighbors and others who knew him, he was a deeply devout youth.
I too have heard his name mentioned as one who was a fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the High Priest's star disciple. Furthermore,
Hold it!
I'm just gonna press everything. 2 years. Are you sure about that?
We took statements from his neighbors and his fellow monks. They all corroborate our initial findings.
What about you, Maya?
Well, when I first came here, I saw Zealot praying under the High Priest's instruction.
I see. So the results of the police investigation seem to check out.
Hold it!
Was Mrs. Inme's positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim?
Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry.
But what?
His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced.
Maybe that's why the divination seance failed.
I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright.
Here's what I'm thinking. His address was wrong. Paracelot is a fake name. That wasn't his address. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. Now I want to go back and choose that, but I can't do that now. Too late. The royal priestess uses a deceased's face and true name to summon their spirits.
Why, yes, that is indeed true.
If he was using a forged ID, there is no mention of him in our public records. Then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Khura'in. An illegal immigrant? Come to think of it, Rafa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday.
But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time.
Ugh. I had always thought that Acolyte Zealot was Khura'inese. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? Add it to the testimony. This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you said to your testimony.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Where did we learn about illegal immigrants? Sorry, why is this so funny to me? There's the two like slightly different angles. And the only thing that's added is the bloodstains. But he only took one picture, so... The same picture, but slightly to the left. I guess to the right, actually, but yeah. Mystery, some town allures, whatever. Plus a devotion till yesterday is melted, the break-in of Wilhelm's plan. We give thanks for the blessing to the Holy Mother of Male insurgent. That's just... That's a rebel. That's just the weather forecast. I don't think it says anywhere.
Hold it!
Okay, let me just press this. Isn't there some way to track down his real name?
No, not if he was an illegal immigrant.
Have you actually confirmed that he was in Khura'in illegally?
Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence.
Maybe Praise-Allah was a drag queen and as a drag queen dressed up as Lady Kira. I like your theory.
But there's also no evidence of him being a citizen of Khura'in either.
Oh boy, now what do we do?
What if there was a clue in the evidence you gathered?
That's probably our only hope at this point. If he really was an illegal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked. Let me just press this too.
Hold it!
Maya isn't that Lady Kira who's been going around capturing rebels.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but
Objection!
That verdict was already handed down in the previous trial. It is no longer a point of dispute, and I will not allow you to make it so. But no ifs, ands, and most of all, no buts. The accused was posing as Lady Kira, and she killed Acolyte Zealot because she mistakenly believed him to be a rebel.
That's not true! I'm sorry. The verdict has already been read in that case. I have to assume that it's fact now.
Now what do we do? Now I know why the divination seance failed, but...
Nothing's really changed.
Yeah, which means we're in big trouble.
If he really was an illegal immigrant, it's going to be real hard to find out his real name.
I guess our only choice is to give up on the whole divination seance thing. If only there was some way to find out the victim's real name. Okay. Look through that, and we look through that. Look through that, look through that. Nothing here. Maybe a luminol? Plume Punisher. No! Inner Sanctum diagram. No. It's not the flower. Brand new flag. Nope.
The tattoo! The tattoo!
Objection!
Yes! Sorry, Detective Sky. But the police missed something important in their investigation.
Huh? What are you talking about?
The victim was undeniably a Khura'inese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Khura'inese.
Where? I don't see anything that would prove that.
This proves that the victim was Khura'inese. tattoo.
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach. I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo.
Oh, the victim really liked peaches?
Oh, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Khura'in. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself.
Nick, I suddenly got a craving for peaches.
After the trial, Maya, right now we have a bigger fish to fry.
Now I want fish too, god damn it, Nick.
Fortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It isn't? It is not a peach, you say? Then what is it?
I don't like peaches.
Oh! Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely the tattoo on the High Priest's brow. Oh my.
What?
This mark is only borne by members of the Khura'inist clergy.
Objection!
So that is what you believe it to be. But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Khura'inist clergy bear.
Hey, you're right.
Until about 20 some odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right, but... Sir? Hello? That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot.
I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits.
That will not be necessary if you seek information on the clergy. I have it right here. I have it all right here. Oh my. You never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There is just one, and his name is real name. You mentioned this yesterday, and it wasn't until after I had already said his name that I realized, shit, that's a spoiler, isn't it? So I was like, just ignore it. You already said it. If you remove it now, that would just make it more suspicious. So I just decided not to. I mean, I didn't really remember who it was for. I just remember that obviously it's someone who had a fake name because the name is real name. I did not connect that. Good, okay. That's very good. He became a monk 20 years ago.
And that must be the victim's real name.
Why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one?
Yeah, there must have been some reason.
I don't think I even read that properly. I did good in just glossing over it then.
Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name.
You're right.
Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work.
A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. You are but digging your own grave, Defense.
We won't know that until we try.
Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well, let the divination seance be held once more.
Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, Barbed Head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise.
Bring it on, Princess. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights.
You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence. O Holy Mother.
O Holy Mother, we let the eye so that we may.
Cool. No dancing. Takes too much time. Gingil. Plumed Punisher theme. Heavy. Pain. I'm sorry! Oh my. It is just as Mr. Wright surmised. Parazelot wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last, we have seen the victim's final moments. Heavy. But all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts. Ugh. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. I don't know why that part got me. Listen, there are more stupid parts that have got to me, so... You did? A most surprising surprise attack. So tell us, Prosecutor Sadmadi, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plumed Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation.
Hey, that's my Plumed Punisher strap.
When you press the Magatama on the Plumed Punisher's belt, oh no, here we fucking go. No, he pressed it. He sure did. It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye?
You'd better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world.
Maya, no!
It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this.
Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. Hold on, wait, what evidence do I even have? I mean, because it said heavy, the only thing I could think about was, like, the clock.
It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused.
It is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections. What if that stone fell on him and he actually died there? Since there was no blood at the prey area.
Objection!
Ooh. Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But that's never stopped me before. Hold on, wait, let me... Okay. Interesting. Yeah, when I saw the blood, I also thought that, oh, he must have died here then. That It's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly.
You do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the mitama of the deceased. If you believe there to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. The pattern on the plaza's ground was visible in the darkness. Then someone was there, and the theme to the plumed punisher filled the air. The accused held the victim down and plunged her dagger into his upper back. The blade struck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments.
Benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased's sensations very carefully. Gingil, Plumed Punisher theme. Heavy pain. Hold on, is it really... Yeah, but how can I prove that? How can I prove that it's... How can I prove that it's a stone? It was dark. The pattern on the plaza's ground was invisible. Someone's there at the Plumed Punisher accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. Gingil. What was Gingil again? I don't remember. No, not Feast of Blessings. I don't know what Gingil is supposed to be. It's something he smelled though, I believe. Yeah, smell. Actually, I don't really need to, but I would like to save.
Objection!
Nope, it's not that. Inconsistent, I think not, exactly. That's where the inconsistency lies now. Doesn't say anything about Gingil here either, does it? No. Hold on, let me cheat. Second statement of the second panel. Oh, okay. And then it's the Gingil.
Objection!
Was it really the Knight of the Right? But it doesn't say what Gingil is. Is Gingil the food? Is that Gingil? Because it doesn't say the name of it. It just says that it's like the Feast of Blessings. Oh no, there it is! Made with Gingil! There it is! Fuck, I'm blind. Family photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings, where it's customary to partake in dishes made with Gingil. These dishes are only prepared during the feast, which starts at the noon of the day before the rite, and must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day. Was it really the Knight of the Right?
What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the High Priest during the purification rites.
The only problem is that the seat's spirit does not corroborate that.
What's this?
Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says Gingil? Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any Gingil on the Night of the Rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled Gingil on the Night of the Rite. Believe statements. The High Priest's wife, believe in me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of Gingil-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right. I had completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of Gingil pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rites.
I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite.
What is this actual... Of course it says that, because it was fucking cold. Alright, I taught her about that yesterday. Forgive me, Your Benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change.
What's this?
Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, then the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. What is it revised to? Has it just like 12 p.m. to 3 p.m.
Barbed head, you blinded me with science.
Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for?
No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth.
It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. Though a bit dark, the pattern of the plaza's ground was visible. Though a bit dark? Why the fuck would it be dark in the afternoon?
The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible.
Nick!
A change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed that what it was like on that day, it could really help.
The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today.
It was dark.
Ma'am, are you even trying at this point?
Objection!
There we go. I love how the frame rate just tanks in that part, by the way.
A change in the date and time of crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? Oh, you're making that irritating face again. Cease that at once.
Sorry, but this is the face I was born with.
Now, let's focus on what's important, what the victim saw in his final moments. Do you have bats in the belfry, Barbed Head? There is nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes.
And that's what I find so strange. Objecting to seances causes frame stutter. The Holy Mother does not approve of objections. On the day before the rite, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. Wait, what? Oh, that's right! Fuck! The thick white ice that froze the ground from the inner sanctum to the plaza of devotion. That's right. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day.
Take that!
This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the rite.
What? But...
It's the day before the rite. The rite was the 9th. Okay, I see. And here we are with the moon brightness. Shh. We're trying our best, okay? The victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground.
Exactly.
And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments?
If you have something to say, then say it.
The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the pizza. Not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere.
What?
What? What? The Pizza of Devotion? What? Where do you propose the victim was actually killed?
Yes, tell us where. Otherwise your argument is worthless.
About that. I hadn't gotten to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya?
Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right?
Right, but where could that be?
What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already?
Not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? This shows where the victim was killed.
Take that!
The secret hideout the rebels were using.
The rebel hideout? There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber.
You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor, anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moments, if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim saw in his final moments.
Take that!
Ba-da-ba.
The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
That disagree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare that they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in that rebel hideout.
Indeed. What evidence do you have of this?
I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at this second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. How do they know that you didn't just take a photo of it? You didn't just draw it on there yourself, like... to forge evidence, I guess. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Okay, cool. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong?
We thought it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside, so we haven't tested it yet.
God, you're so useless. You must do so at once.
Yes, Your Majesty.
It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please.
The blood found in the rebel hideout, it belongs to Paracelot, just like the defense claims.
Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon unto you for 8 hours straight.
I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for.
Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but...
Go for it. It's full speed ahead.
The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then, his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rites, he was already dead. And that's not all. If he was killed at the Inner Sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was, the proof of which was left behind at the Sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. Oh! The snow! The snow!
Take that!
Why, these are photos of the Inner Sanctum. I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed.
The time was mistaken, and the place too? And just what do you believe that proves?
That my client is innocent.
What of her fingerprints on the dagger and the plumed Punisher theme the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence.
No, I see your point.
Wasn't this your big chance, Nick?
I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you.
Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them.
Really?
What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well, let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo.
Oh! The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. The plumed Punisher theme.
The plumed Punisher theme? And how do you intend to support such a claim?
Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap. Is this true? The item that played the plumed Punisher theme song was this.
Take that!
This is a plumed Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. What proof do you have that the alarm went off? You said it goes off every hour.
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles.
Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened.
Okay, the victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. Okay.
Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened.
I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. Wait, which way is it? This way, okay. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. Just get it to move forward a bit. No, there is one. What's this? You still claim there to be an inconsistency. Damn it, now my camera is all crooked. Let me fix that. There, I believe.
Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same.
Plume Punisher theme. Heavy pain. Damn. Sorry, I'm cheating again. Oh yeah, of course! The heavy part seems weird. Yeah, considering how he died. You're right, you're right, you're right.
Objection!
Was that not it? Oh damn, that was not it. Objection! Yes.
Objection!
That one. That's the one. The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against a stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your points. The demons are back in court. Low-key missed those demons. They were a lot of fun. Jumper is super cute. Oh, thank you. This was like one of the jumpers that I saw and I was like, I need that. I couldn't stop thinking about it until I got it, and then I have almost not been wearing it. Since the victim was standing, it couldn't have been held down. And tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim?
What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree that sense of heaviness seems important, but...
Gee, I wonder, could it be that fucking heavy rock?
There's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there?
Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us?
Of course! If I just envisioned the state Zealot was in when he was killed. The cause of the heaviness the victim felt was...
The culprit dropping him the falling stone slab.
The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath.
Could the big, heavy, unstable rock be the cause of the heaviness? I wonder. What?
Oh, the stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right, that was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. Yeah, are you sure? Are you sure about that? Are you sure it's not just because you found him with a knife in his back and thought, he's been stabbed? Oh yeah. Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain?
Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was?
Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within.
Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So, what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. Then he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger.
Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century?
Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Something that had a shape similar to the Warbout dagger.
Present your evidence. At this time, Mr. Wright, the beak, indeed the beak. This shows what really killed the victim. Can I... I assume it's that.
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest's murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what really took Praise-a-Lot's life. There. But that's the
Warbot statue.
Exactly. The Warbot statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. Oh, it's the feathers! That is what really took the victim's life. You imbecilic fool! The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside?
Haven't you heard? The Warbot statue also functions as the hideout's door.
What do you mean?
The statue can pull a complete switcheroo.
A switcheroo.
To put it simply, it's a revolving door.
A revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense.
Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the warbot statue was right behind him. This cannot be! Oh, but it is. But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the warbot statue was what killed the victim. Yes! Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick! How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. No, Your Benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means. But it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time.
Your Benevolence, are you unwell? All the color has drained from your face.
I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me.
As you wish.
I feel kind of bad for her.
Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died.
Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the warbot dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon.
That does seem to agree with what we know now. Now, no. But why would the real killer go to such lengths?
I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was
a crime committed to make it look like a serial murder.
It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer.
Hold on, we're almost done with this part. I just want to see like how long the last trial part is. It doesn't seem too long. So perhaps I should just finish this episode, really.
That's right, the real killer planned all of this.
This forged serial murder case. He did?
That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away.
Yes! Tell him, bestie! Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Another toys in the house! Your reasoning, much like your putrid hole-riddled brain, has putrefied. What's his deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that he accused as a killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the rite, but Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab toward him, and we know the rest.
I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life.
When the High Priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Zadmati has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of Lady Kira will slay the Defiant Dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too? I thought I'd finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groans of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace. A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Khura'in? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. Sir, wasn't your father a lawyer? Just saying. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the rite? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the rite can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about this secret hideout. And the only person who was involved with the rite had access to the sanctum and was suspected of being a rebel is... Ah! Did somebody come to mind? Yes, except there's one huge problem. A huge problem. What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Sadmadi will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Parazelot's murder.
Objection.
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. The High Priest, yeah. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is...
Take that!
Tarost. It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum, and who knew of the hideout. And that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That's definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story.
What? Do I have something on my face?
Wait a second. Could this actually work?
Oh no, don't tell me I have some of my breakfast caught between my teeth.
No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony. And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There is a way for the dead to testify. It's known as channeling. Summon him here by a means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This is sacrilege. May the Holy Mother strike him down. Peace. I am frankly astonished to even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garan can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at her pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is...
It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Khura'in. Don't worry, it's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so I don't think he'll be punished. At least, I hope not. I mean, I'm already getting the death sentence, so really, what can be worse than that? But this is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become the master of Khura'in. We don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming master of Khura'in. Alright, thanks, Maya. Isn't this like the first time she will channel a male spirit? Like it's always been women up until this point, right? It's never once been a man. I think I was thinking about it when we were playing the trilogy, actually. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. But even her benevolence, Princess Rafa, finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Unless the High Priest was trans? I was like every second, like, hour. Oh my god, that character is trans! Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen? How will be me? Is this some sort of a joke? A foreigner could not possibly have such power. Even the royal priestess is incapable of such a feat. Peace. Peace, I say. Oh, let me move the chant over to the other side. There we go. Ooh, that's a bit better, actually. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? If the media does not give trans people representation, then we will make sure there is representation. True. Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. Your benevolence. This is an outrage! An outrage, I say! First, you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling? Your benevolence speaks the truth! Spirit channeling is a sacred rite! Foreign devils, I say they should be put to death immediately! Still your voices! Barbed head, spirit channeling is the most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Your benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another one of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot. Very well then. Your benevolence. What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power. I really hope Maya does not fail. Whew, that is a relief indeed. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadmadi? Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well, the accused may channel the High Priest's spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. Fuck it, I'm finishing it. I don't care. I'm finishing it today. What are the options, by the way?
Nah, we don't need to turn down anything. It's fine. Ooh, long stream. Not that long though, considering I have streamed for like 12 hours before. Wasn't it like over 11 hours? Like 3 days in a row when we did Investigations 2. Yeah. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this?
Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet.
Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. So you're sure you're ready?
Yeah, at least I think so.
You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Need more to drink. I'm guessing this will last at least an hour and a half.
Training's one thing, actually doing it is another.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead.
Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This'll be a moment you never forget.
Okay, I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way.
Once we hear Abbot Inme's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light.
I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that. We are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you.
You got it. Here we go.
We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them! Put them to death right now! Death! 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 Yes! Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you.
I have been studying here in Kurain for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Kurain, a village of spirit mediums back home.
These people are worse than the Romans.
But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom.
Wow, she seems really confident.
A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, Your Benevolence, how about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch.
Oh, spirit of trust in me, slumbering in the twilight realm, return out to the land of the living. Realm of the living? Something like that. What is this place? Oh my! Oh my god, yes, Queen!
No! This cannot be!
Polkunka!
It's the High Priest! The accused really can channel spirits!
I don't believe it! The accused's spiritual power is the real deal! Go, Maya!
I do not understand. This cannot be! This simply cannot be!
She looks so buff.
I must step out now before I forget myself.
But in me, would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this? Luxurious mane of hair! Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Abbot in me? Aye, but if it isn't his Majesty, have you too shuffled off that mortal coil? Please do not count me among the dead, it is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Why? Acolyte Fey has mastered this secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. Huh? When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments. Stop. I mean, I love it, but it's a lot. I give thanks for this splendid...
How do I pronounce this word? Should I be worried?
On.
Fury. Coiffure, okay.
For this splendid coiffure. There we go. Got it. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes. If you would excuse me. Sir. Sir!
What the fuck just happened?
God! Sir! There, that is better. Could we get to his testimony now? And I wish he'd kept his top on. Why? You are that foreign lawyer the people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? I can't believe... Actually, no, I can absolutely believe that I forgot about this. I can absolutely... This is a lot. This is a lot. Hello. I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed. Ah! Same. What's with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with the proper training. Oh. Even my thermos has enough. Oh, I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday. Phoenix! What the fuck? What was that? Hello? I'm peeking the mic. I am so sorry, but hello? I don't know which mic I'm peeking most. This one or this one, so that I can hear myself. So I can literally hear my own screams right into my ear. I love it. I don't love it, but... Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'll be happy to. Your disciple Parazelot has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rites. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot, he has been killed. Who would do such a thing?
Well, you?
Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbot in me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Please, sir. You're in a trial. Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing. To
To think he had mastered such an advanced prayer pose. He is still worthy of our veneration, even if it is praise be to the Holy Mother. I didn't even read what they said! I was stuck in veneration. Veneration, even if he is a rebel. Okay, cool. Oh my, have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace. To rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Corionism, join the rebellion?
Objection.
The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. Abbot Inmi, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot. Oh. I just saw your Discord message about the thermos. It literally says, "Sir." That's amazing. I love that. The prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the rite. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection.
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It's all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sadmadi concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. Nayuta, you're fucking stupid. No! But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? God, why are people messaging me now? What about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? Oh god. It seems the testimony the defense has been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abbot Inmi, your testimony if you please. Yes, of course. I have an alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. Why do you have to do that every single fucking time? It makes me uncomfortable. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon. That's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled. Yes, and yet, it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? Hold on, I'll just tell my friend that I'll read her messages later.
There we go. Okay. Okay, past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. Past noon, okay.
Hold it!
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than His Majesty along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Inme. Lady Inme's cooking simply cannot be beat. So there you have it. When exactly was His Majesty at your home? He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That gives him like 2 hours. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Catch Them All. But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home.
Objection!
Nope, that's not it. Let it go and move on. Okay, I'm saving now because I only have 2 tries left. Wait, he's not supposed to know. No one ever said when he was killed, right? No one ever said that. Because at the time, when he died, but how am I gonna prove that?
Hold it!
Guests, and you were entertaining them personally. That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guests could corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you've misremembered. Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry, he's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Though I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death, so even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't have sense in the gap in time. Yeah, we know. Ah, there's nothing better than enjoying Gingil cuisine with dear friends. That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. Right. Wait. All the times are messing with my head. The day before the rite must be finished by 3 p.m. Wait. I guess that they were his majesty and his family. Taken during the Feast of Blessings on the day before the rite.
Objection!
No! Fuck! Continue. Yes. Yes. Okay, I'ma just press everything. You use the word alibi as if it were second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Khurain itself you wish to ridicule? Come on, everyone and their grandma knows what alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We have plenty of courtroom dramas on TV. Peace! Peace! Peace, I say! Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please, don't take it the wrong way. It's just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you, I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this.
Hold it!
Yeah, this I can just skip through because I just read through that. Let me skip, please. And then it's a flashback. Yeah. We get it. Right.
Hold it!
Their persons? I don't know. Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? Sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact same time as my watch. I don't know how I can, like... Now do you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Oh, okay, so it's just one of those where you have to press everything and just let it go through, I guess. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? His Majesty is a witness. Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot Inme's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now hold on a second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? There is. There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is? Well, then perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what was wrong with his testimony. He knew the time of the crime. After Abbot Inme was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Now that you mention it. Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead. When you were still alive. Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Why? We've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Did he scare the actual living crap out of him? Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in, purge your mind of greed and something. And bias. Bias, okay. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Kuraini's prayer. Also, shouldn't Maya go back to being Maya when he leaves? So that is really weird considering she is now topless. Let's not think about that too much, shall we? At least in this case, she would be 27, so... But still, let's not think about that too much. Huh? Yes! My jam! Abbot Inmi was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. What? You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. Okay. True. Wait, how old is he actually? I never checked. 42. Sure. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there. I was just like thinking about his voice. I'm probably making him sound older than he is, but also he's dead, so who fucking cares? Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait. I thought he was like 60. Exactly. Come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout... There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device. Yes, Phoenix! A microphone is usually a listening device. You usually use it to record audio. It starts recording whenever it detects movement. And I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. The hair flips. Majestic. If you look in my desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. Alright then. Bailiff. Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty. The power of Kuraini's prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Inmi to continue with his testimony. Please, no more tapes. We've had enough of tapes. We've had the... What's his fucking face? Hello, I know his name. Meekins getting his ass whooped over and over and over again. And we've also had Clavier setting fire to his fucking guitar. Cheeto Clavier. Actually. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Inmi to continue with his testimony. Very well. Yeah, the blue badger dancing, that is Meekins getting his ass whooped over and over again. He was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae. After that, there was a loud noise followed by haunting silence. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a Korinist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare you suspect the High Priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. It could be his wife that is guilty. Perhaps. Like I said, I don't really remember much. Like, I didn't even remember this. Like, you would think that this would stick. Just because it would fucking scar me for life. But no.
Hold it!
You heard everything from a recording. Indeed. Each night, I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of ascetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. But practicing Korinism improves your hearing? Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why, the warbot over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break.
Hold it!
Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove. I'm afraid not. And I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Now, I will continue my testimony if I may.
Hold it!
A loud noise. I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Should I have him add that statement to his testimony? Have him add it. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot. It must have felt so heavy.
Hold it!
You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes, the sound no doubt was poor Zealot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Surshirei Matami Yoma. Surshirei Matami Yoma. Surshirei Matami Yoma. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Surshirei Matami Yoma. Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? So, all he knows about the crime is what he heard on the tape, and he was with His Majesty and his family at the time. Now that I have proven the soundness of my alibi, I believe it is about time for me to return to the Twilight Realm. What's the rush? Why not enjoy some more time among the living? I better find a way to attack his alibi soon. I'll just have to press harder and hope something useful comes out. It must have felt so heavy. What? Let me just save first.
Objection!
Nope. Maybe, no wait. Go out into the title again. Let me try the, the autopsy report.
Objection!
Nope. Fuck! Oh, the theme song!
Hold it!
No, I pressed the wrong button, I'm sorry. Just skip through this again.
Objection!
Nope. Okay. I've heard enough. It's on the haunting silence one. Maybe? This trial needs not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charges filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty. Yeah, we get it. He heard it as he died. You're right. You're right. Try again. From where? And with how many? Okay, we got full up now. Cool. I'm gonna save. No, wrong button.
Objection!
Fuck!
Hold it!
Hold on, wait. I don't have the clock. Have him add it. I need to have him add the thing again. That's fine. Okay, fuck it. We're cheating, boys. Okay, so I need to press everything. Cool.
Hold it!
Sure about those voices. Was it really praised a lot? Most reasonable conclusion. Did I read this? No, yeah, I read this. Afraid not. I should just whatever.
Hold it!
You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime. Indeed, my wife Believe was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day. Why yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. Oh? She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw Mrs. Inme. Should I have Abbot Inme add that statement to his testimony? Yes, have him add it. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. My wife, Believe, was in the kitchen cooking the entire time. And what was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured Hattin supais and meltenmot. They're both traditional Chinese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes. The exquisite zest of Hattin I don't know, and supreme texture. And the supreme texture of meltenmot. Melt in mouth! Oh my god! Oh my god, you're right! What about the hot... I'm hot in... soup? Soupe? Soup... Melt in mouth. Lady Inme's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Could be surprise. Maybe. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now once His Majesty and his family had left. Hot in supais? Soupe? I don't know. Soupes? There you go, easier to read. Hot in... You know what? I'm gonna fucking Google it. Hot and spicy! Oh my god! Hot and spicy and melt in mouth. Wow.
Hold it!
Or anything for recording? Should I have a secret to check with listening advice? Would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? 1 year of training, blah blah blah. We've already been through this. Occasion between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Fae. Let me just press this again. Freenas, just la la la, whatever. Loud noise followed by halted silence. Loud noise? I'd say that's worth looking into. Was terrible sound? Must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound that's of the stone slab falling over. Okay, so I'm now supposed to present
Objection!
the photo? No! It says here! On statement 6. That's statement 6. Right? I can count. That's statement 6. Oh, let me just press this one more time. You won't believe that turbo crash connected to Glyzella's death. The screen is big. Oh, thank you. I forgot about that. The sound, no doubt, was poor Zella's death now. Such a tragedy. Like, Abbott in me is really big. I would ask all here today to give prayer for this parcel. You kid, that's just that. Mr. Wright. Okay, do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I'd better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbott in me. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left? Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body? It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it and anything else incriminating. So when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo. Yes, I would say that it is how it appeared that day. So the stone slab had been put back in place. Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait, I just need a little more time. If you insist. Is it now that I...
Objection!
Yes, okay, cool. Abbott in me, you said, and I quote, "Poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the Warbot statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I am saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. I definitely saw it that time. I've got the High Priest's spirit shaken in his boots, or should I say sandals.
Objection!
Need I remind you, Abbott Inmee was with His Majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed. Something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Oh, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because he heard it from the real culprit. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer. Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So tell us, who is this real killer? It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest. Someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is...
Take that!
Believe. Indeed, Phoenix, you can't believe it.
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inmi at all, did you?
No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything?
Did the High Priest ever leave your sight?
No, we were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to the room's entryway.
So the High Priest has an ironclad alibi.
But his wife does not! What the devil are you insinuating?
I'm insinuating that Mrs. Inmi might have killed Acolyte Zealot.
Objection.
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. Oh, I assure you, I'm quite based! She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her.
No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inmi could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection.
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel?
Objection.
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too.
Are you suggesting that Mrs. Inmi killed her husband as well?
As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out.
Yikes, you claim my wife is that rebel-hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Zealot and myself, my lovely wife. That is utterly impossible. Caw! I have never seen the High Priest so angry. It is as Abbot Inmi stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now.
No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece of this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Inmi. Your wife, Lady Inmi, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her.
How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira, for we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother.
I completely forgot about that.
That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused.
This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either.
Oh, they're gonna claim that she channeled the actual Lady Kira.
How could a weak young woman like her possibly...
You can still be pregnant and the rebel hunter. It's called girl bossing. You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Inmi.
What?
Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say, the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels.
What are you talking about?
My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. Then you have figured it out as well, Abbot Inmi. May I ask you to explain it to this putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. I just want to see how much we have left.
Not too much, actually. It's been like an hour now.
Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how Maya Fey is that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with the strength far beyond any mortal woman. But do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am a living, or shall I say dead, proof of her terrible power. Ah! Maya's ability to channel spirits has come back to haunt her. Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, Defense? No, never! I will never give up! Now what? Think! How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Let me press everything because that seems to be the trick with this guy. My client channeled Lady Kira. Isn't that a little far-fetched? Far-fetched, you say? Why, the very fact that I am here proves she has the power to channel spirits. But you've no proof she actually channeled Lady Kira. Oh, but I do. So she could have done it. That's not proof! You literally just said so she could have done it.
Hold it!
That's not proof! While it's true she may be capable of channeling Lady Kira, she showed up like 2 years ago and busted rebels, but only found out the name like 3 days ago. You're right. I doubt there's any proof she actually did. We are talking about the infamous rebel hunter here. That modern-day Lady Kira has captured many a rebel all by herself, and among them have been more than a few great warriors. Who but the real Lady Kira could have accomplished such a feat? It would be difficult for a mere mortal. That leaves the real Lady Kira of legend as the only likely answer. Indeed. Is this not proof enough that the real Lady Kira of legend has been channeled? Had been channeled. The real Lady Kira of legend? That's an oxymoron if I ever heard one. And again, the people of Khura'in believe legends to be true. Where does it say? 2 years ago, yeah.
Objection!
Fuck! Tome of Secrets, okay.
Objection!
This one. The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within. Abbot in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. Oh, because of the face! Right? You need to know the face, too.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. It can't be! Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. Patently. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Is that why the Holy Mother is not allowed to have a face? Ah. Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think! The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. Inme was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. And Mr. Rebel is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with... Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot till something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. You do? Please enlighten me. It's Albie. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. And this is who has been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. I have 2 chances. I don't... Oh fuck, I can't save now. Okay, cool. The prosecutor! Be like, it's you! Rafa? As if she's strong enough.
Take that!
Why do you believe that the true identity of Lady Kira? Wait, don't answer. Even your putrid brain could not possibly explain such a deranged response. But I am far past anger now. I can only laugh at such foolishness. Oh my god. These may be tears of laughter, but rest assured there is no mirth here for you. There is no laughing matter.
Da-da-dum.
Of course, of all the unlikely suspects, there is only one name left on the list.
Oh god, my throat.
Coriolism teaches us to be merciful, so in that spirit, I'm giving you another chance. Who do you believe is posing as Lady Kira?
Take that!
No, it's not him. Okay, I'm just gonna lose here and get all my stuff back. That would be fun. It's you! Why the fuck would it be me? It's you! Shut up, it's you! Okay. It can't be him, because he was put in prison. So, Pray? Holy shit, it fucking is! The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is... Praise-a-lot! What's this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace! I say peace! The defense will continue. Was he also trans? They're all trans! Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. Or just a drag queen. Well. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. That is their secret Majesty. They're all trans. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Inme, or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. I do?! The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is this. That he had the knife? The letter? Only someone capable of entering the priest's home. You're right! This is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadmadi. You stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira. And the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Oh. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Look at him dancing alone to the music. Hell yeah. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. God, I'm getting really warm for some reason. I don't know why. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer, and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Inme. And there is only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inme is a rebel? What? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife. Blasphemer! Blasphemer? Yeah, blasphemer. You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul.
Objection!
That isn't possible, but Maya doing it possible? Yeah, exactly. Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the plumed Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all of the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady Inme a rebel, and did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel, and was the accused Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? So that's it. Is he gonna say that it doesn't work? What's gotten into him? But Inme, just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the plumed Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switched off at all times. No! In that case, I'm sad to say that the defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening. I need to... Not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused's strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel-hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to. The plumed Punisher theme song Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments. I too heard it by way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. I need to change into something a bit cooler. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm really warm all of a sudden. Okay, I'm back. I think my blood sugar is also going a bit low, which is not good, but it's okay. I'll be fine. Come on, just break over it. There we go. I got some chocolate here now, and I'll eat once I'm done streaming too. But yeah, I'm okay. Oh, just... Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott in Me was channeled. Seriously, streaming makes you so hungry. And for what? For what? You just sit here talking. Like, that's all you do. But it makes you so hungry and just so... Alright, well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Miserable wretch. That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is in fact switched off. Ah, come to think of it.
I want to find an item. And this switch, if I'm right.
We set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Yes, of course, I will eat. I will eat. I'm just like so close to finishing this, so just getting some chocolate. It should be enough to like keep me going. For now. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched in my mind. They went... Taka don 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 don. Distinctive taiko drums in the intro? This trial has gone on for far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means, and let us also return Abbot Inmi's spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife. Please also put your clothes back on.
Objection!
Now hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes? The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is? Still you're right in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. I can actually wear stripes now because this camera can actually capture them quite nicely, if I might add. Now, all I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with that statement about the taiko drum intro.
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with his statement. My client's plumed Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the Plumed Punisher theme song. And here it is. The theme to the Plumed Punisher, Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Or blue more chocolate. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plumed Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it, if not the Plumed Punisher theme? In its final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard the prayers to the people, the Steel Samurai theme. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plumed Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Peace! Peace! Peace, I say! Mr. Wright. What is the Steel Samurai of which you speak? The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo is an action hero show from America. Japanifornia. The Plumed Punisher theme is a total rip. I mean, it's... What? It's very similar to it. Okay. I just skipped through that for some reason. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. The fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards? That's right. Miss Faye met an avid Plumed Punisher fan here in Kurine.
And as a token of their friendship, she had traded a certain steel samurai item she had for the plumed Punisher strap. And this avid plumed Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zolot. Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife, believe in me.
Objection.
Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath. Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. The meal photo, yes. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence.
Very well then, please present your evidence if you would, defense.
The evidence that proves Mrs. Inmi was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this.
Take that.
It's right here, in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Inmi and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters.
Objection.
A family photo. What exactly should we be looking at here?
The proof that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here.
Which one? This one or here?
Take that.
I think either one works.
Look at Mrs. Inmi's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch.
Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbot Inmi.
This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap and Mrs. Inmi had the Samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Inmi was wearing.
I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty.
There literally is a photo of her wearing the watch!
She never had the watch.
Satura. Satura ima o mandomo samashi de tashi no ketare gase o sonoka.
Yes.
Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. Yeah, the recording too is on the way.
Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve?
There is a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim.
A big gaping hole? I don't think so.
Oh no, I'm afraid it is right there. It is there, all right. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain.
My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all.
Says the dead lawyer walking. He who is narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For if it is as you said, and Lady Inmi, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira, Phoenix has the wrinkliest braids. True. And the rebel hunter would have been dead before the high priest was slain. Ah, that means it helped with chocolate, by the way. It really did. And also changing into a t-shirt. High priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
Ah, how could I have missed that?
So tell me, who are you going to say killed the high priest now? No! Do you finally understand? The sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain. Ah, I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the High Priest murder. You mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure out who really killed the High Priest. Yes! If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the High Priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Maya's testimony. The spring was stained red before the rite. Alright, Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the High Priest's murder because of Zealot's blood. The spring was stained red by Zealot's blood, yeah. This part gives me chills, I love it. That's right, Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second, the High Priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? To keep the hideout hidden? Indeed. He wanted to keep the hideout secret. I can literally just play this like this. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the rite, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? Did he want to kill Maya or set up the scene during it? Set up the scene, right? He didn't want to kill Maya. Use the rite to cover things up. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how was he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? He used his own blood. Stay in the spring with his own blood. This part, by the way, reminds me a lot of Danganronpa. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was Tarrust himself. Tarrust's death was a suicide. I can't believe it! I have fucking chills. I'm not joking. I have fucking goosebumps. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. First suicide case. That's actually... First murder case that's actually a suicide. Because it's always like a suicide that's always a murder. They really just flipped that on its head. I like that. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What's this? The High Priest committed suicide. I have never heard anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as a hole in his logic. What hole? What hole? What the fuck? What? Hello? Hello? Let me... Sorry, my brain is slightly slower now because of the whole blood sugar thing. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? In his logic? Or is his blood sugar also running low? So his concentration is a bit all over the place, because me right now, honestly. You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life. But have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? Ah. After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused Maya Fey could have done that. It is as Prosecutor Sadmadi says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic. And your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. They're right, the dagger was impaled in Zealot's body. But his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite. But what if the dagger was also already in him at the time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. Tarrus died by a different weapon. Of course! That's it! He also died to the feathers on the statue. What is it? It's a movie. Also a book. Right? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life.
Objection.
2 movies, yeah, technically. But no weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real weapon? I've got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial this far, I'll spot a clue I need. Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest.
Take that!
Oh no, I have the fucking statue. Never mind, I'm dumb. I literally have the statue. What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time, and his lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. Why didn't they like test it for blood? You know, like to like just double check? Sorry, the police investigation in this case is fucking awful. They literally fucking did like the bare minimum. I am really disappointed. Emma, I love you, but I am really disappointed in you. You can do way better. But no, it's not luminol. But they have to take blood samples, you know, and then they can figure out that there are like 2 sets of DNA on that fucking bird. And then they're like, oh shit, they both died that way. This is not something that should be settled in court. I say as if I know anything about that. But I watched enough CSI to know that it's the crime scene investigators that do the thing. Well, not really the crime scene investigators, really. Well, yeah, it is. They just don't talk to witnesses and stuff like they do in CSI. That's the thing. I mixed those 2 up, sorry. And its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right. It was the Warbat statue. Pokunka indeed. You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, Abbot and me? Oh, he lies. Pay him no heed. Why, it's... Rafa? Oh, no, it's Belieb. Lady in me.
Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough?
Belieb, no. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot in me, let your wife speak. Now, Lady in me, please continue if you would.
It's that time again. How long does it take to find a fucking tape?
And what time would that be?
2:30 in the afternoon. The time my husband conducts his daily prayers. And the time Pere was slain.
Chocolate time. Shit. Where are my new shorts? That sound, it's the steel samurai alarm.
I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband. So I set an alarm to remind me each day. But I had no idea it would come to this.
This is jam-worthy. No, stop! She knows not what she speaks.
Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Salot.
Damn. But Immi! Bailiff, summon a physician at once! The physician is now attending the high priest, so there is no need to fear. Why are you worried about Tarust when it's Maya's body? How do you treat a spirit? Yeah, I was like, Now let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Yeah, thank you, Phoenix, thank you. Mrs. Inmi, will you tell us everything you know?
The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rites during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Dad's escape.
Don't worry, guys, we call the ghost doctors! And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared.
Yes. Pere was shocked when he saw me there.
Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel.
I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout.
And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Inmi. So the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was Pere Zealot?
Yes. He was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice.
The secret police?
And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the crown is still a murder.
Hey, when that's DC actor and his certain scumbags days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I watch it for you, because you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes.
Oh boy. The trick-up Minister Inga's slave was Lady Kira. No! This can't be! My father would never... This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Karaina's clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But this cannot be! Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder.
Peace! Now, Lady Inmi. Please continue.
Perez suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur.
Allow me to take it from here. Abbot Immi, are you sure you're all right now? I'm sorry you had to see that. You need not worry about me. I am already dead. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Salot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at the time, for it was before prayer had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time after all.
So you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey?
Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, for surely she would have tried to stop me.
No, but he had like a thing around his neck that was like hiding the scarf. The scarf? He had like a scarf thing around his neck that was hiding the dagger. The orange thing, you see. It was wrapped more around his neck, I guess. So in some fucking way, I don't know how, but it apparently hid it well enough. How did you get Miss Fey's fingerprints on the dagger?
I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbod statue.
That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started.
I still think that would be obvious, but what do I know? True. Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Fey's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the ropes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Sadmadi, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you, of all people, to understand. Understand what?
His kingdom's legal system. Mrs. Inmi's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That will be sadder than sad.
Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks.
Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life. It must be right.
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inme's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I fail to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Karine, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbout statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Fey was the rebel-hunting Lady Kira.
But are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence?
Forgive me, your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps, but I had little faith in lawyers despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man.
This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been...
Poor Rafa, she's really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under the despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Fey is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty. Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of parting, if you please.
Very well.
Your benevolence, please, allow me the honor.
Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way.
Mrs. Inme.
Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything.
Sorry, the fucking... I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love.
But now you can watch over me from the world beyond.
Yes, always and forever.
And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you.
I cannot take this seriously with that fucking possessed model. For real. This is sad, though.
Farewell, my darling Trust. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm.
Maya!
I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, but what about the trial, Nick?
It's over. It was a sad reality born of love, and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. It is really sad, but he also looks like a fucking boss from Zelda! And does the prosecution have anything to say? Is Phoenix right? I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial, with respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused Maya Fey and her defense Phoenix right. Not guilty, yes, let's go! So why would you not want a not guilty verdict when you get fucking butterflies flying around?
So I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It is totally unfair.
Yeah, it even forced the high priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife.
It's just so sad.
Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Poor Rafa. Your benevolence.
Huh? What?
I was, just wondering, are you alright?
Quiet, you! How could I possibly be alright?
Yeah, she's not doing well at all.
Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insides underfoot and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos? You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel!
Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual.
What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with the victim's Mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart.
I'm sorry, Rafa.
Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mitama.
Who would this be? Nena? I suppose you're wrong, your benevolence.
What?
Oh no, it is Maya, okay. Maya?
How dare you! Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey! It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light.
I wonder how many people she sentenced to death with her insights. Yeah, exactly.
How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Why not? It is worth at least a laugh or two.
You shouldn't talk like that.
Huh? Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? You were the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of royal priestess? The people of your kingdom believe in you. But if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training, so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's alright, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me.
A future queen and a future village master. I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence.
Barbed head? Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You've played an important role in assuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way.
What was that? Came from the hallway. Smoke! We'd better go check it out. Hurry!
Mrs. Inmee. Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me.
Okay. Ma'am? Ah.
I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband.
Lady and me, we gotta hurry.
That voice.
Is that Mr. Rebel?
I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under the odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly.
Hey there, PW. I wish we had more time to talk, but... Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time. Yes, Queen, go tell him. Dirk. Wait, was that the rebel leader, Dirk? After him! Don't let him get away! The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution.
Hey, Nick! Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought.
Oh, you mean Apollo? I was like, huh? I was like, Nayuta wasn't in Dual Destinies.
To bother you while you're lost in thought. But I just got this great idea.
What is it? More like my best friend just died case, but hey.
The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I better make it for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Plume Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it.
I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. And yippee! Ha! Fun, 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 fun. That case took a ride. It sure did. Turnabout Storyteller is the next one up, but I'm going back to the Great Ace Attorney next time. Ha! Okay, so I am planning on having another long stream, like kind of like this, a bit shorter than this actually, tomorrow, and I'm gonna be playing To the Moon, and I need to finish it in one sitting, and it's gonna be it's gonna be wonderful. It's a great game, and I love it a lot. And I was lying in bed the other night, probably watching some YouTube videos, and then suddenly I just started crying because I remembered To the Moon, and I was like, oh my god, I need to play that on stream. I mean, the plan was always to play it on stream or replay it on stream. The game is called To the Moon, and I've played it like at least 2 times. But it's so good. It's so good. And also there are some other games in like the same series, I guess you could say, that I got recently, and I was like, oh my god, I need to play those. Let's see here. Where is it? A Bird Story is... No, Finding Paradise, that's the one. A Bird Story is like just by the same like company or whatever. It's not actually connected to the to the moon. And then there's Finding Paradise, and then there's like a 3rd chapter that's coming out this year or something. I believe I have it in my wish list. Let me see. Imposter Factory. That's the one. Release date May 153rd, 2021, aka September 30th, 2021. So yeah, but at least I'm not familiar with the other ones. I haven't played those, but I want to know like not the whole story, because they're always like different stories, but like they include like the same 2 people. They're like scientists, something like that. Hold on, where is To the Moon? Here, I just want to... There it is. They're doctors, that's it. So about this game, Dr. Rosaline and Dr. Watts have peculiar jobs. They give people another chance to live, all the way from the beginning, but only in their patients' heads. Due to the severity of the operation, the new life becomes the last thing the patients remember before drawing their last breath. Thus, the operation is only done to people on their deathbeds, to fulfill what they wished they had done with their lives but didn't. This particular story follows their attempt to fulfill the dream of an elderly man, Johnny. With each step back in time, a new fragment of Johnny's past is revealed. As the 2 doctors piece together the puzzled events that spanned a lifetime, they seek to find out just why the frail old man chose his dying wish to be what it is. And Johnny's last wish is, of course, to go to the moon. And the soundtrack for it is just absolutely gorgeous, and it's so good. My playtime is 6 hours, so I've played it 2 times. So I've actually played it 3 times then. Cool. It is a very emotional game, but it's so good. I also watched Markiplier play it, like way back when. And I also watched RT Game play it not too long ago. I heard the description and felt the tears pop up. Oh my god. But yeah, I just want to play it so bad. that's it for today. So I'm gonna try to start out a bit early tomorrow, I guess. I'm going out with my mom though for some shopping. So yeah, I just don't want to like, I don't want it to go on for like too long, so maybe like 5 p.m. or something. Because I searched it up and apparently it's like 4 hours long or something. So I figured, you know, why not just... Since I already know the game pretty well. I'll probably finish it in like 3 to 4 hours. So I should be good for that time. But yeah. That's it for tonight. So, I hope you have a lovely night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.